Well, good morning. It's the 7th of April, 2026, a Tuesday. This is Risk Neutral Trading. Good morning. This is my virtual trading journal. Looks like everything is streaming along nicely here. Let's just be sure. Yeah, okay. So any times that I refer to or that you see on my charts or my screens is in Central Standard Time. And as I said, this is my virtual trading journal. So the idea here is that I capture everything on my video, on my screens that I'm watching. And my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. And it seems to work out pretty well. For me, anyway. I don't multitask well, so I want to focus on the market and what I'm thinking about and doing in trading rather than screen snapping and, typing and stuff like that that's required to keep up a journal through the day. And I believe journaling is important. So there's that. Now, I have a commitment to take no trades on the stream, or off of the stream, I should say. And that's why the stream is so long. It's 7 hours every day. It starts at 8 o'clock every trading day morning until 1500 in the afternoon, which is the cash close. I am not licensed nor do I intend to provide trade or financial advice. And there's a delay in YouTube, so be careful of that. But I trade. This is a book map, and it's my execution platform, and that's where I trade live, my live futures account with AMP Futures, funded by me. This is my other charting package, which is IRT, and when I'm doing back testing or forward testing, these things, which will be happening in real time in today, are trades within the simulated account of IRT, because I'm not confident of my code ability at this point to have this system trade my real money live in a live market. Now, they're both using rhythmic data provided live, MBO data provided live through my AMP account, but this is within the IRT simulated environment over here. This is not. So, yeah, let's see what else. I stream to YouTube for accountability and transparency, and the fact that I can look at, review the streams on any device, which is pretty handy. Let's get on to something else here. So numbers out this morning already. We have... This is investing.com. It is my original news source for many years. I like it because it focuses on traditional economic events and calendars, and I like the presentation from a point of view of screen snap and posting in Discord or whatever. You can filter this for wherever you are. You can, check out what next week's reports are going to be. There's earnings, calendar, etc. And you notice the event title turns to a URL when you hover over it. If you don't know what Atlanta Fed GDP now is, you can click that and go find out all about it. It's a pretty handy tool. They've revamped it just recently and changed it around a lot. You notice it's free. That's why there's these flashing ads going on everywhere. My thinking is to keep everything that I can free and available to anybody that comes on the stream, that's following the stream. I can't do anything about Bookmap or IRT. You have to pay for both of them, but this I can do. The other news source I do is Financial Juice, which is similar in that it's got a calendar or docket over here, and there's a squawk box function on the right column. Why I follow this one typically is because, as I said, investing.com does not track Trump's going to give a speech here or there's a press conference over there. However, Financial Juice is pretty good about pulling these random things that we now recognize have a real possibility to disrupt our auction into their calendar. So that's, I really appreciate that. No political statement at all. As of course they can do whatever they want to do and say whatever they want to say. But from a trader's point of view, we are actually risk managers. Our goal really is to protect and preserve our account. The only way you do that is to manage risk. The only way you can manage or mitigate risk is if you know that risk is, have identified the risk. And if you have not, well, then you got a problem. So that's why I appreciate this very much. Now, let's get on to the pre-market here. We've had a pretty, this is the pre-market so far. There's yesterday's RTH session. And here we are so far this morning. Same thing. Now, first of all, this is, as I said, IRT. And let me point out a couple of things here. All of the IRT charts, if you notice, the header has the chart name, which is meaningless to you, but the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. And then there's a watermark back there, if you can see that. I don't know. So this is the micro ES, micro NQ. This is the micro ES high time frame chart, which I call the micro composite. And this is the mini ES market profile. I don't change the market profile back and forth to micro and mini. I also plot the same configuration here with the minis. Oh, there's that. I'm trading the micros at this moment, so let's get there. Now, the starting with the higher time frame, which is the way I believe is best. First, we look at the news and we see what might be happening. Well, the news has already come out pretty much so far. I was out at 7:30. Now we've got the higher time frame, which is, again, MES day session, daily chart, daily candles. So each one of these candlesticks represents one day in the RTH trading session, 8:30 to 1600 Central Standard Time. Oh, and another thing to be aware of, you'll notice that I stream the entire monitor, not just the application. So at the bottom here are any programs that I've got running, plus there's the computer clock, hours, minutes, seconds, and the dates. That can be tied back to both Bookmap and IRT for full accountability, or just, further that. So let's look at where we are here in the higher time frame. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around it, and so here was a gap, didn't overlap. This one overlapped that one, this one overlapped that one, so those three are now included in the new micro composite. And the active micro composite volume profile generates these high and low volume nodes, which are represented by the red and green lines. They push automatically to Bookmap. It also generates a micro composite VPOC, volume point of control, etc. The session prices here are also pushed directly to Bookmap automatically. What have we got for volume so far this morning? I haven't looked. We're clipping right along over here. 3.25 points per 1 minute ATR and 102% volume for the last last 20 days. At this time. So, yeah, Bookmap, huh? Let's look at that. This is Bookmap. I have the lines and stuff turned off. This is Blue Boy, which is just a vertical line that I slap on the first print of every session. You'll see. There's yesterday's RTH session. Here's the beginning of the ETH. And all that is a visual cue for me to look over there. And when I see that line, I know that that's the beginning of the session. And here is the active data. So this is the entire session in view on the chart so far. This is the entire ETH. We just had this big random spike here, and I checked the news quickly to find out what 30 handles with no volume. What the hell is that for? That to me is somebody said something, a Truth Social tweet, something. That's not random price action, right? Or I guess it could possibly be a fat finger, but that's pretty random. Anyway, book map from the right, the dome, the price ladder, the order book, whatever you want to call it. These are resting limit orders. This is resting liquidity. These are not trades. This is liquidity that may or may not trade when price gets there. This is the high time frame column from the micro composite chart where I manually enter these values. And you notice I put a gap high here for today on the previous RTH low. The way I do gaps is as follows. The lower high of the previous RTH session as it compares to the open of the upcoming or current RTH session. Now, this is a precaution because when I typed that in there, we were trading over here. Looked like we might open gap in a gap rule situation or gap low. If not, I'll just delete it. It's real simple. And here is the naked volume points of control. Here is the micro composite volume point of control for as it stands now. Naked volume point of control, which I think was taken out yesterday. I've got to make sure I take care of that. And this is, see, I didn't get these in here very good today. Is this correct? Yeah, it is. This is the naked volume point of control from the most recent RTH auction, which is yesterday. So this is 060426. There you go. All right. And this is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700. We'll continue through 1600 today. This is not the ETH. This is the full session or the Globex. These are the delta and the volume profile for the RTH session, which will reset this morning at 8:30, hopefully. And this is an important column to me, the statistic column, which we'll set here in a minute. And these are the session prices pushed to Bookmap from IRT. Notice on Bookmap and IRT, there's no indicators. There is POC for the RTH and for the full session. The full session is a little darker yellow. And a POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So 66.20 is the price at which 5,395 contracts have traded so far in the overnight session, and that is the most contracts. The minute one of these other price levels trades 5,396, this POC is going to move there. It's just that simple. Now, yeah, the line continues to plot so that you have an idea or an understanding of what's going on with the POC because it's the most traded price, right? So that's the price at which most people agreed to do business. Then we have the RTH VWAP and the Globex VWAP, which is volume weighted average price. And we have the mid for the RTH. Now, in addition to that, we have the rest of these price levels, which are just by their definition, by their abbreviation. And I don't see here anywhere, but I'm sure there must be. What the hell happened to initial balance, high and low? We ought to be just above the initial balance low down here somewhere. And I don't see it right now, which is irritating. Huh. Well, that's pretty weird. I don't see the initial balance levels here on my chart. But I'll tell you that they're here, and I'll show you what they are. They are represented by these green lines. I try to keep the colors consistent between IRT and Bookmap. And why they usually confuse people is the name initial balance. Why is that? Well, it's from the market profile days. And what it really represents is the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all it is. And then the rest of it. Now, the next thing to do is the statistics. And they are, first thing I do is change the title of this to the name of the, to this, the statistic open type that I expect today. And it's real easy to do. The way you do that is very simple. There's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, there's the close. So it's lower than the close. How does it compare to the previous RTH range? At this moment, there's the high and there's the low. It's within range. There's the low. It's within range. So at this moment, it's higher in range, just as it was yesterday. So I don't need to change the title, which I would do here. The reason I have the title of the column changed every day, so when I do a screen snap or look at the stream, I can tell immediately what that, what type open we had, and that tells me a lot of information. The next thing we're going to do is delete these statistics from yesterday and go get the ones from today, for today. There you go. So the statistics come from this study right here in IRT, and here here's where we are, higher in range. I'm sorry, lower in range. What a fool. We were lower in range yesterday, and we're lower in range today, right? Lower than the close. I got that wrong over here in Bookmap, but we'll change that in a minute. So conveniently, Bookmap or IRT highlights the correct column in blue. And if you notice these blue values in the black, whichever levels have been visited or whichever statistics have been achieved, they change the text color from black to blue. Anyway, the way the study works is very simple. Everything I do is real simple, straightforward, based on price, volume, and probability. 1,711 days, trading days, most recent 1,711 trading days. Of these days, we opened lower in range, 502 of them. Of the days we opened 502, of the days we opened lower in range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 81.3% of the time. Overnight volume point of control, 81.3. Drum roll, please. There you go. Now, I got to change this column title before what the hell I'm doing here. Still sleepy, I guess. Lower. There we go. All right. The next, and then I'm just going to simply go down the list. Overnight mid is 82.7. Overnight mid, I'm guessing, is right about there. Yeah. So that's 82.7. And I'm going to wind these up a little bit so we can get some stuff here to look at that's a little bit more accurate. Come on. The next one down the list is the previous close at 74.5. And what else? Overnight IB high and low, which is bizarre. I don't see these IBs over here. I don't know what the hell is going on, but that's not good. That's got me puzzled. Previous low, 53.8. There we are. Overnight high, 52.0. Overnight high has got to be way up here. Previous high, 41.6. Now this should be a great heads up for you. These are probabilities. These are not hard, fast lines in the sand or targets. Notice this is 41.6% probability and this is 52. How the hell are we going to get to 52 without getting through 41 first, right? So, you know, you have to take that into consideration as that it is these are probabilities. Now I'm going to drop off and do something that I do every morning here quickly. Excuse me. Yeah. At 8:20 every day, pretty much every day. And this is why I stream rather than multi. What do you call it? Because I don't multitask worth a damn. All I'm doing here is making a screen snap and putting it in a Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. Now, this is the snap I do every morning at 8:20, and about 6 I do the news reports. I didn't this morning because I was otherwise occupied, actually slept in. But I woke up about 4:45 and thought, oh, I'll just rest my eyes here for a little bit. The next thing I knew it was 7:15. Anyway, this is the screen snap I put in every day. It is for a place called the Traders Lab, and the idea is to give those folks in there that may not have similar charting all the numbers they might want to know ahead of the open. Now, the Traders Lab itself is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a fella named Tom B, who's been trading like 46 years. He started back in 80, you know, a dinosaur equal to myself. Same Jurassic, same period. We're both Jurassic. Anyway, and he doesn't trade live in Discord, you know, and it's not a trade calling room, but has good philosophies about risk management, and there's a lot of good people in there. I was very active before the stream, before I started streaming, which was a suggestion essentially from Tom that you need to focus on your market and your trading and narrate what you're doing, not yucking it up in the Discord or whatever, you know. So I took him to heart and was you know, precipitated by the fact that I wanted to keep up a good journal, and I was spending more time screen snapping and typing than I was trading. So here we go. That's what we do. So it's called the Traders Lab. It's free. You'll never be solicited for anything that I know of so far. So, you know, check it out if you're interested. That's all I can say. Every day I do that as a kind of just a thank you and a tip my hat to Tom and those folks that are over there. What the hell was I doing now? Oh, yes, I know. It's probably, I suppose you would imagine it would be a pretty good idea to be able to trade in Bookmap. And the way you do that is you must activate the trade control panel here. I see views, but I don't see anybody's names. So I'm not sure how this is working, but if somebody's in there, drop something in the chat if you can. I don't know, Antonio maybe, or Anton, or Richard, or somebody. Suspicious, but we'll see. Anyway, and if not, well, then I'm just talking to myself. So you activate the trade control panel. You select a method you use to interact with the application of Bookmap and trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the active data column. Dome, the dome columns, and both is, as you might imagine, both of them. Now, the next thing I do is first make sure this trading statistic thing is on the right deal. Then I activate the multi-brackets, which is how I implement the risk neutral philosophy and methodology into my trading, and also sets up brackets in any way you want them. The smallest risk neutral package you can use is a 2 lots. And then you select a stop loss for the entire package. And now is not the time to be figuring that out. You should have done it long ago, during your homework period at night or early in the morning. My suggestion, the first thing you need to look at is your risk account risk parameters. So, if you're trading with a prop firm, they must have daily loss limit, that kind of thing. Anyway, once these two values are determined, the first risk neutral target, or T1, is automatic. It's half of the package, and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. So what happens here when you achieve this? The trade is risk neutral. The worst that you can possibly do is scratch, unless you move your stop away from entry, and then you're a donut. So, Merry Christmas. And you can set this up any way you want. Another tool that I sometimes use is the Execution Pro, because you can have it automatically trail to break even. You can put trailing stops in. You can do all kinds of stuff around here that I don't even know about. I normally only use it to trail to break even. Typically, I do that manually, but this can do that, and you can set it up however many ticks you want. If I want it to trail a break even at T1, you can do that. And I'm going to turn the price lines back on so I can see where those damn values are, or say where I thought they were. So here's the IB high, which is right up here. And I didn't even think of this. I am more sleepy than I thought. Yesterday was an inside day, which is a rare occurrence. It was a 1.6% probability that we would not achieve either the IB high or the IB low, and we did not. So the IB low is at previous RTH low, and the IB high from yesterday is at the previous RTH high. There you go. And a statistic I want to get in here quickly while I still can is hopefully I can. Yeah, 3 minutes is the previous RTH high. That's why I am asleep at the wheel. And that's obviously 1.6% probability. That's what you might call low. 68.1. So, but it's not obviously impossible, because we did it yesterday, and we have done it several other days in recent memory within the last 3 months. I think 2 or 3 more times, but it's rare, kind of like hen's teeth. Now, also, I want to continue to point out that you notice I have the trade metrics up here at the top, which you can turn off or on, and they represent the same things here. I know it's the 2-lot risk neutral package, so I don't really need any of the other tools from the trade control panel anymore. I can click this green button again, or the arrow, or the padlock again. I get my screen real estate back. It adds a cancel and close button up here at the top, and I have all my metrics. So I'm ready to trade. I've got as much screen real estate as I can possibly get on there. We are not going to be opening higher out of range or lower out of range anymore, so I'm going to get rid of that thing and not confuse myself. What other value can I get here? I'm not going to bother put on the IB high and IB low, because we know where they are, and I can't do duplicate values. It would be underneath of here and underneath of here. Now, this is an interesting one. The previous IB, whichever one, IB low is 66.3. So it's 10 percentage points more probable than the previous low, yet they're at the same price level. You get it? Okay. So here we go. Buckle up, boys and girls. And I don't know what this spike was. I'm assuming some sort of news. Nothing on IRT or anywhere else. And we're going to open in about 15 seconds here. So, Antonio, bon dia. Crazy day yesterday, huh? Inside day, 1.6% probability that we would take neither IB high nor IB low. Last night, when I woke up, or when I came into the office here and started talking to myself, We were way down here low, so I had thought we were gonna. Now we got this one reset, but the delta did not. I got no freaking idea what's going on. Okay. This thing's just a rodeo. Now the IB low will jump right up here, and the IB high will come over here, as they should, okay? We opened right on the mid, so that 82.7's out of the way. And there's the overnight volume point of control, which I guess they're going to probably tag pretty quick. I'm going to now switch by charting. Oops, wrong button. Sorry. God damn it. Switch my charting here to the RTH session so that the session prices will be configured as expected. And it's just the relationship between a couple of them, like the previous, or the value area high and the developing value area high and low. Those are the two that jump out at me. Okay, so here we are. There's our open. There we are. POC. Boom, boom, boom. And now we're going to go save this and get back to the micro. And there we go. And I'm sure it's Lag City, so you know what's new in the zoo. Didn't take them long to get out. Well, they didn't quite get out of range yet here on the NASDAQ, but it's going to be pretty damn quick. We've taken out starting to tick the levels out pretty quick. We have the mid, the volume, the overnight volume point of control. We've got the previous IB and the highs and lows below us and above us. What do you think's going to happen? Well, I'd say I didn't get to it in the pre-market. I was busy, not being very efficient here, but typically in a balanced pre-market, and look at what now. Let me draw your attention to yesterday. This is yesterday's volume profile. That's about as perfect a distribution as you'll find. And we opened right here, just sort of on the value area low. And now we're trading down. So what's going to happen? Who knows? Huh? Typically, I would be looking for some sort of responsive buying or selling to take profit from the overnight. But quite frankly, what I'm thinking, they're going to have an open auction here. I think the market is kind of waiting. I suppose they were waiting overnight to see if, you know, the boys in D.C. were going to blow up the world last night or whatever was going to happen. I don't know. Something happened here with this pop. I don't know what that is, but that's suspicious. And I don't see anything in my news sources. So let's watch the market. Now, let's see here. What we need to do is get Blue Boy on for the day, so I know where I am. That's good enough. Got to be real careful doing things over here next to this active data column. A click over here is an order or a trade you didn't expect. If you know, you got to be real careful about it. And that's obviously the voice of experience talking. And we've also taken out the previous RTH. Have we? Yeah? I don't know. I was going to say the POC, but it's kind of dicey whether we actually traded that or not. We did take out the I don't think we've actually taken this out. No, we haven't. There's the volume. Let's say that. Let's hope that's accurate. Not that these are just, you know. Well, there is very definitely the previous low. And so we're now out of yesterday's range. Look at that. That would suggest a bunch of stops, I would guess, huh? A bunch of sell volume down there. These balls are delta. Yeah, Antonio. It's about 13C over here. It's, I don't know, it's been kind of cloudy and rainy. It's more preoccupied with performance that's going on in DC than anything else. Let's see if that stuff has come into the news yet, whatever that might have been. 817. No. 756. The only thing I'm seeing over here now is this. Man. Nothing I see along here that's would prompt that. I don't think Uber, expanding its infrastructure is going to spike the market up, but you never know. In this day, I frankly don't know. Well, something happened. They've closed all direct, indirect channels of contact with the U.S. Whether that's, who knows. This guy's going to screw around here and end up in a war that he, as we say, bites off more than he can chew, maybe. I guess. I don't know. Not good, I can tell you that right now. Amazing the extremes that somebody will go to prevent the scrutiny of law and order. This whole thing, in my opinion, is just a giant diversion away from the Epstein story. Firing Bondi and, really crazy. It's pretty nuts. Just my opinion, but anyway. So, yeah, good morning. Risk neutral trading. I trade live, but don't intend, to provide trader or financial advice. But I do trade over here. If I put a trade on in Bookmap, it is in my live AMP futures account. So I don't know what else to do. This is my journal, after all, and I articulate and anticipate the upcoming trades, if there is. And when I execute them, it's visually very graphic here in Bookmap. They very nicely track the break-even line and the stops and the targets and any movement, etc. And then I manage the trades. So there's that. Certainly not intended to call trades, nor is this stream the My Way or the Highway deal. This is what I'm doing now, and I am really open and welcome any suggestions or comments or commentary or, what are you, out of your mind? That whatever, I'm easy. And let me see, that's running, I guess, bobbing along. Bobbing along. I'm going to have to. Something's goofy here now. This is the week. Oh, this is this new thing I'm trying. This is the high and low of Asia, the high and low of London, the green, and red is the high and low of the RTH one in New York, or here in the States. This is a weekly progressive volume profile, and I'm gonna I'm gonna restart this mess because I'm going to get rid of these lags. This is the opening range trade setup. What have we got for Lagaruni here? 10, 11, okay. I suppose we've got 15 minutes into the mission here. We probably have enough time to shut her down. So I'm going to shut off, restart, actually, IRT. It's important to note that this is, commentary here, the conversations around the Straits of Hormuz, and unfortunately, I think we've gotten kind of complacent or used to the fact that certain people over here just lie up one side and down the other whenever they get near a microphone. So it's kind of hard to separate the wheat from the chaff, But the Strait of Hormuz is not closed. Petronas, the national oil company of Malaysia, they just chartered a big tanker and filled it up with Kuwaiti oil and transited the Straits of Hormuz yesterday. Ships are coming back and forth out of there to other parts. They're not coming. What Iran is doing is it's more the fact that the insurance companies and the owners of the tankers are not going to put their asset at risk than it is Iran having the ability to close the strait, frankly. And the strait's not closed to shipping of oil and products that are going somewhere besides to the country that keeps dropping bombs on them. And I don't guess that's particularly unusual. So it's important to realize that all this rhetoric about we're going to destroy you and your animals and you need to be back in the dark ages and all this crazy rhetoric. This is a country of 90 million people. I'm pretty sure that any kind of a generalization about 90 million people may not be right. Yet those are the statements that keep coming out of those in power here, which is really troubling. And I can't imagine. You also have to remember that Iran has been living with the current, the Islamic, the Shia regime for 47 years, since the Shah screwed everything up, with America's help, by the way. Then that is, you stop and think about people whose entire lives have been living in that environment and believing that doctrine and that religion, and I mean, it's no different than someone here growing up thinking that Christianity and everything is exactly right. It's a religion. So I can't imagine that, 100 million people in a big country, big geographic country, is going to suddenly change their tune because some questionably insane guy says so. And I don't use that term lightly, but it is pretty shocking. That Easter tweet was just pretty shocking. And that's not, I'm not making a political statement, really. I'm just trying to state the facts here. The Straits of Hormuz are not closed, and I don't think there's any resolution to this thing anytime soon. Just because of the dynamics of it and the sheer 90 million people in a big country. Come on. And I lived through very, very vividly the Vietnam War, so I understand what can happen and how crazy it can go on for a long time, or economic interest by certain people and stuff like that. So it's troubling for me, to say the least. And I forgot to type that in, we are open. And we're taking them out right and left, trading lower. We're now convincingly outside of range, yesterday's range. Start IRT back up here. Funny that I don't see any news about that pop, though. That's pretty weird. What this thing right over here was about. But they're selling them down now. Let's see if we get open without a what do you call lag. Let's check. Eh? So far, so good. IRT has a pretty robust call home feature for license authentication and all that, and downloading all of the data. And we got some naked volume points of control going on over here, huh? Let's get rid of those bad boys. Well, they popped through the POC, and that's not a surprise. Get opened up so we don't choke here somewhere or another. No lags, that's a good thing. POC's been taken, revisited. The naked volume point of control from whenever the hell that was revisited. I'll not change those yet. From the second. Overnight low down here. What's the stat for that? That's usually a big one. I've missed it. Sorry about that. 66.2% probability. Well, what have we now? We've got a 40 handle, 35 handle IB. These values are just kind of deceiving because these are 2.5 point gaps now rather than my usual 1. And that's because of the range we got going on over here now. Let's try to get it to 1. It's about there. So this is 1 point high. And there we go. Let's see if any of this other stuff is working over here. Well, is this even being sent over here? I don't know. No. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is just I'm going to pop this over here and turn that off and that off. What's going to happen now is any trade that this particular opening range fence thing sees, it will, what am I doing here? I want that. I don't want that. I don't want this. Okay. So the opening range fence, there we go. This is the opening range for this particular setup or trading system. Here's the values up here. It's a 30 opening range. Limit is the 30-minute period. Limit's 40. The range is 40 ticks. And boy, are we close to that, huh? And right now we've got 19 points of risk on that so far. And the actual opening range at this moment is 35.25. Is that right? I hope. This is, again, if this system recognizes a trade and takes the trade, it will be within the simulated environment in IRT, and it will be plotted over here on this chart, which has nothing to do with the system apart from plotting. What I'm doing now with these, in case you're wondering about all these lines, is the gold line here, if I can, okay, yeah, here we go. Okay, the gold lines here is the high and low of the Asia. Green is London, and red, which is just happening over here now, is New York, or here in the RTH. This is just something I'm doing on the opening range. This is a process of vetting these trades. This is something I was doing too, which is not sure how. Yeah, I'm okay here. This is session prices. There we go. These are this is a 4-hour chart. To try to kind of see where the lines in the sand were. Somebody said that was a good idea. I thought it was easy to plot, so here we go. This is full session. 4 hours, right? And this is kind of interesting. Look how these VWAP pinches in and then expands out, way out, and then shuts back down. We got a pinch in coming, right? A snap back, mean reversion coming, looks to me like. Hey, Anton. Good morning. Good morning. And this is the opening range initial balance trade. Whoa. Have a fractal. Have a bunch of other crap we don't need over here. Don't need that. Okay. So these are the initial balance levels and zones. They will automatically, once it's 9:30, they will push automatically to bookmap. So that's working. And we, traded outside. Now we're back in some more. So right back to the previous low here. Have no freaking clue. Yesterday, I would suggest that after yesterday's buildup, they're looking to do something. I guess they were anticipating the end of the world, so they didn't do anything. And I don't know. I don't see any news. As I was mentioning earlier, we have this big spike at whatever the hell time that was, 8:50 or 7:55. I have no idea why, but that's looks to me to be either the fat finger from hell or something news related. And notice that they just took out the existing RTH VPOC and then back down again. I got no clue. I mean, that's essentially nothing trade-wise. 157 stops for 23 trade orders. I don't know. So I continue to plot along at night, trying to identify the next strategy that I can vet so that I have more plays in my book besides one. And we're approaching the top of the hour. There's no news that I know of, except there's the ever-present danger of geopolitical who knows what. What a... boy... This is not good, if that's true. When the dialogue stops, that's not a good idea. Somebody needs to put a sock in this guy's mouth. He can't stop stirring the pot. Jesus Christ. I don't see any unexpected events here yet, so that's good. Wow, what a deal, huh? If you want to be a market profile guy, we are developing value lower. It's not even overlapping. Anton, yesterday evening, I went through the postings from Static and grabbed out screen grabs of all of the bar trades that back a year or so that had been put in there by Jorgensen or whoever, or Rod. And I dropped them into a Google Doc. And then I went to bed. So when I look at them and make sure it's not goofy, just welcome to. I did it so that we would all have the link here and you could trade. You know, at least it's a start until I have a call with them or whatever. My problem with Google Drive is that I always I've got several different ways to hook up to it, and I screw them up on a regular basis. So this is what it looks like. I've done a snap from the search of the texts or the posts, and then blown this up, and this is what this represents. I'm getting pretty tired eyes that I could tie these together. So there's what I found so far. And I'll share the link to that once if it looks like it's something worthwhile. Can you see that? I guess so. And yeah, there we go. We'll see if that works. At least it's a place to start. I did the snaps first, and then I realized that I needed a copy of the post because that's where what description, if any, was in there, you know. And so I had to start over. Out the bottom we go, boys and girls. Looky here, we're past the overnight low. We're past the pasta. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think of that earlier. Really, that was pretty. Duh. That was a duh moment. I guess. I figured better than nothing, you know. And it is something that seems to be quite successful for them. So, and I want to get in on that. I got to get something besides this initial balance and now these opening range things, which I've tested so many of them now. I'm starting to get rummy thinking about them, and I still have not found any one of them that produces a substantial expectancy that's worth doing. It's hard for me to believe that everybody that's pushing those things, and man, if you look on YouTube now, it is the setup du jour. I'll tell you, everybody had made my trading. I retired after I learned this. I never had to trade another one of these again, you know, on and on and on. It just floors me that none of them seem to be real. And I'm making a real effort, not as good as well as I can, to code it up exactly as the person says, you know, in a genuine attempt to find something, that's real and make sure that it's fair, and then backtest it over 500 days. And, you know, some of them are profitable, like $1,000 over 500 days and 800 trades. I mean, come on, you know. And one of the big ones is the dramatic increase in risk depending on the opening range. Obviously, you know, if it's a 30-minute opening range, you got a 35 or 40 point risk. Well, that's kind of expensive if you're trading micros. If you're trading minis, you know, that's $3,000-4,000 risk. Sure run into a lot of people though. Sure, everybody's got a very definite thing that saved them and, you know, I turned the corner and whatever. I'm just jealous, I guess. I wonder if I can. I'm thinking about how to share that document. I think if I just share the link, should be anybody with the link, and I can post the link up here in the thing, and then you guys would have it. That's typically what I do with something, you know, like a chart def or something. See if I can do that. Problem I got to do is get this stream down on the next. Oh no, I can do it over here in this one. Yeah, okay, never mind. The football. See if I can do this. How the hell do I do that? Restricted. Anyone with a link? Copy the link. Well, if this works, I'm running for president. I don't guess I could do any worse. I don't know whether that works or not. I think there you go. If you can click that and get there, well, it's all coming together. It's a wonderful day. And if that doesn't work and it wants your email or something like that, let me know. And don't laugh. It's pretty rudimentary, but it's a start. Yeah, I have no clue. Let's see if that works. It should. So, well, out the bottom we go, and more go, more down. Giddy up, go. There's another MCVPOC down here that we're going to be chugging into here pretty quick. I believe. Oh, super. Great. Usually I forget to put the anyone with the link thing, and then the guy comes back and goes, "Oh, it wanted my email or some crap," and it's, super. I don't know. You can have a look at them. Those are just screen snaps off of Static, as I put there in the header. For that setup. Typically, most of the posts you notice are from Jorgensen, because he trades that a lot and posts about it a lot. A couple from Rod, but nobody else really. Harry sometimes, but I didn't find any from him in particular. There's only about a handful of people in there, so it's not like a big place. Not like the TLab or something. Well, Jesus Christ. A 60 handle IB. Well, back to bed. Ridiculous. So, yeah. I guess the IB30 is working out pretty well for somebody, anybody, everybody. Yeah, yeah, no problem, man. You get the idea. It's pretty clear, actually. Just a consolidation, like here would be a consolidation. That's not a very good example, but more or less a consolidation, a breakout. The thing where I've always kind of had a question about it is which direction you're going. It seems to me from doing those screen snaps, and why I didn't think of that earlier, I really apologize, is in the direction of context, obviously. But yeah, and they're making, they're trading minis and they're trading multiple contracts, and, just do the math. When you see those, you understand how Bookmap works, both of you. So you can see, you know what an entry looks like, and the profit targets and stops and stuff. So, you'll understand all about it. And any questions, we can talk about it at some other point. After I did that last night, I was way past my bedtime, so I didn't really review anything. I just got them into that document and made sure they were there, and then and there you go. But I have looked at them over the course of time, and it seems to be a working strategy, and it seems to work well in various times of the day. It's not dependent on the IB, for example, or something like opening range or something like that. So yeah, let's hope. Let's Let's everybody get rich. Let's all meet up next year in St. Bart's and get hammered. What do you think? Drink champagne on the beach. Of all the places I lived, that was one of the most fun, was when I lived in St. Bart's in the Caribbean. It was a good time. Well, there we go. Don't ask me why they turned it around at 81, but I guess they did. Now, what I was looking for here, and I don't see it. Hold on. This naked volume point of control right here, I'm not seeing. What is that? Why isn't that there? Why isn't that extending? That's pretty freaking weird, isn't it? Huh. I don't know what the hell this is all about. I don't know why it's not showing this POC, and the one that was up here, which is we have just taken out at 10, is not there. I give up. Jesus Christ. Huh. Well, let's do this then. We'll show you who's boss, you some bitch. Download the data. There you go. One thing I've noticed about IRT, maybe it's just me, but yeah, me too. I don't like them either. It's like they're winding up the spring, right? And then look out. Exactly. We're gonna. This is gonna session. This one's gonna see if we get these. Oh, there's the problem. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Why was I not seeing today? Right. That's why that was taken out. Jesus. All right. Never mind. Okay. Well, that makes me feel better. I can sleep peacefully now. I've been listening to Tom Hogard to go in my, I cycle through people to listen to when I want to go to sleep. And I try to make it be somebody to do with something that's not just brain dead, like Richard Feynman or, in this case, Tom Hogard lately, or Peter Boyle or somebody. And Hogarth's got the perfect voice to put me to sleep. That kind of a male, deep male voice, and a little bit of an accent because he's from Denmark. He's got all kinds of things. If Friday closes lower than Thursday's high, Monday's going to be a down day. He's got stuff that strategies and statistics that he claims I don't mean that derogatorily, that he states he has, ferreted out over the years. He doesn't really do back testing and stuff. Most of what he does is go through charts according to what he says. But that's one of the ones he speaks about frequently. And that's open, the school bus run that he claims is the strategy that made him a lot of money for years. And now it's needed to be tweaked a little bit because after COVID or something, it sort of started not working as normally as it would. Guess what that is? It's a 30-minute opening range trade. That's all. Now, he doesn't automate anything, so you can go fade or long or whatever you want to do at the moment, but that's what the trade is. It's just an opening range trade. And he actually said that in one of his things I was listening to. He says it's just really a momentum trade, an odd breakout of the opening range of the higher low of the first. He doesn't call it the opening range, but the higher low of the first 30 minutes. Well, there you go. And I'm not arguing with the fact that he makes millions of dollars and is an interesting guy and whatever else. I'm just saying that that's what it is. The problem that I have, which should be obvious to you two for sure, is that this commitment to only trade vetted trades, and then I have to code up the trade to be able to vet it and then run the back test. That's the big difference between guys like Tom Hogarth and other people, is that they don't do that, So and I'm not good at it, so that screws me up. I wish I were. What are we doing now? Let's see here now. Oh yeah, the initial. Okay, so the initial balance is, for the sake of the stream, the initial balance is a statistic widely known by, I think, everybody that ever picked up a mouse looking at a stock chart, which comes from the market profile days, is, again, just the initial balance high is the high of the first 1 hour. The initial balance low is the low of the first 1 hour. At 9:30 Central Standard Time, these will no longer move up or down. And there is a statistic associated with that has been known since Christ was a carpenter, coming from market profile, and it is the most probable statistic to achieve in any open type. Yesterday, it was 1.6% probability that we would not take the overnight high or low, and guess what? We did not. So, it's not 100%, then it's a possibility. And you notice up here that it is the most probable statistic in all four open types. And it's real, the way the statistic basically, and as it's reflected in this study is defined, at some point between, and times are Central Standard Time, at some point between 9:30 Central Standard Time and 1600 Central Standard Time. In other words, the balance of the RTH trading session, the IB high or low, will be revisited by price, period. That's all it says. But it's pretty, there you are. 98.2% of the time that happens. To take both IB high and IB low, both of them is 32%. What does this mean? This means that 1.8% of the time in this environment, we're not going to take either one. And that's what happened yesterday. So that is the initial balance statistic as it's viewed by the masses. In my IB trade, it's a little bit setup. It's a little different because I have a additional bit of the rule. Come on. And I call them trade rules because that's what IRT calls them. So, when in Rome. And the only difference is that I want the price to be moving in the direction of whichever. Let's choose the IB. Well, here we go. Let's choose the IB low. I want price to come down through here and be traveling this way, not down and back up and whatever. So my rule says that there's a bar that penetrates or takes out the IB, okay. But the bar previous to that must have a high, an open higher than the close. In other words, the price is going that way. It's moving down towards the IB, or in the case of the IBI, going up. That's really different. And there's only 3 rules. The first is A. I didn't name them very imaginatively, but there's the A, the B, and the trigger. So the A rule is price comes down, satisfies the criteria for the initial balance statistic. Then it continues on to the continuation zone, comes back to the pullback zone, the trigger zone, trades on. Simple as that. So let's see what happened. And now what I do in order to forward test in real time, well, this forward tests in real time in the simulated environment. But the way I do it, because I'm not confident about my code skills here to take this to the algorithmic trading point of view, whereas IRT would be algorithmically trading my account. When a trade is signaled over here, I manually replicate it over here, and that's about as inefficient as it sounds, but that's what I know how to do. Okay, what happened? Where are we? Why did we turn right around it at 6580, huh? It's a low volume node, but why? That's always the big question, isn't it? Why there? Because it's the high of this gap thing? I don't know. Right there. Now, I will say something else here. If you notice this profile here and here, it's flat as a board, isn't it? In my opinion, that is an incomplete auction. I want to see taper. I want to see trade wind down here and, narrow down, wind down to nothing. Just like at the top, like you see on all these other profiles. To me, that's an unfinished auction, so I would be thinking we got lower ground to go, and that's just also a couple of ticks higher than this string of singles we had over here at 76 from whatever day that was, Monday, Thursday. Right here? On the right, yeah, okay. Screen. Yeah, you did say that. And sometimes he says stuff like that, but yeah, it's completely discretion, price action and all those things. He has rules that he calls out, like the school bus thing or the school run deal that he trades. And yeah, that thing about Thursday and Friday and Monday and stuff, but I don't know. So 76 is here. We didn't get in there, but that's the bottom of those singles. And then there's another one down here too, but it was just one or two, I think. Yeah. Whoop. And he's marketing himself and making money on other stuff, like partnering up and doing webinars with Al Brooks and going around giving speeches. And it's a really, really cheap deal. It's only 1,200 pounds. And, yeah. I was going to get Tam last night. I listened to some guy. It was some young guy who's just moved from Maryland to Denver. I don't know how I found this guy, but it's something about, started out with looking about the opening range trade, I guess, and he must have had a video about it or something. And then I noticed on my way out there that he was doing some live Asia trade thing last night. So I just was listening to it while I was driving out to get her. And Jesus Christ. I mean, maybe he can trade, maybe he can't. I don't know. But literally every second word out of his mouth was use his discount codes at all these prop shops that he named out real quick. And that he had just been... Yeah, he'd been out to Vegas for a great trip, and it was all completely paid for by whatever their names are, not Atlas, but Apex. And he was streaming on TikTok and streaming on YouTube, and a banner flying across the top of the screen with all of his discount codes for all these different people. And I thought to him, well, good for him, But he's only making his money off of prop shops and stuff. Maybe he does trade, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he can, maybe he can't. And the fact that they don't realize why would Apex be flying some guy on an all expense paid trip out to Vegas? What did he do for them? It's I really do think genuinely that that's where most of these people make their money. And I'm sorry I can't do that. I'm sorry, nobody wants to pay me a lot of money to pimp for them, but yeah, I don't know how you get to that point. I guess it would be, subscribers. I guess. Interesting though, and I was sitting there as I was driving, thinking, so "What are you doing talking about now?" I don't trade much in Asia. I knew to do this. Well, obviously it was just a sales event. He was busy trying to push those discount codes to sign up for all. I mean, he had them all. He had Apex and what's it called? Take Profit Trader, and these two new ones whose names I don't remember, Lucid or something like that. And he was busy talking to all these people. I didn't even know TikTok did that was like a streaming thing, but apparently it is. And it was all he was doing was just, taking advantage of an hour, hour and a half to try to get more people, get the word out. No real trade or comment about the trades or anything else to do with Asia or the market, just about that. Yeah, I also ordered another thing about Tom, fairly inconsistent about live streams. I only listen to the live stream ones, not that rear view mirror crap just doesn't do me any good. Some guy looking at screen, a bunch of slides and talking about narrating the rear view mirror. I just don't get it. I don't understand. I don't get the benefit from that. Because I think pretty much anybody can do it. And maybe I think that just simply because I don't know enough. You never know, huh? Well, there we go. It is now 9:30. The initial balance trade is active. You notice that the levels here of the pullback and the continuation zones and triggers have now pushed across the book map. Widen this baby out a little bit. And, let's see. I wonder what the probability of 2 inside days would be. That's got to be pretty high. I'm not suggesting that's going to happen today, but that'd be pretty funny, wouldn't it? I thought yesterday was pretty obvious. I thought yesterday was market waiting because Trump had been threatening he was going to blow up the world today, which I assumed meant probably at night, because he always mentions at night. So, I don't know. Yeah, that's what I think too, Anton. It's like, if I had an opening range trade that I had vetted statistics, this definitely has an edge over this, over the MES back 200 days. I'd be happy to do that and give it away. I wouldn't try to sell it. But it's amazing to me the number of, and maybe it's me, maybe it's just my skills. Maybe it really does work for them somehow. But if I code it exactly like they say, it's useless as tits on a boar. Every one I've come across so far, disappointing. It started to sort of be a mission. Well, God, they can't all be full of shit. Let me find one. Let me find that one that isn't. So far, I haven't done that. And I'm certainly not the code wizard of all time, but and a couple of them have, of course, the same exact parameters with different names. Once you get down to it. Now, what was that? I don't know. Looks a little suspicious, huh? Kind of like this big pop over here. What happened? Did somebody say something, or somebody quit? Somebody resign? Oh, White House denies Washington's intention to use nuclear weapons in Iran. Holy shit. Yeah. I swear to Christ, something needs to happen. It needs to happen fast. Imagine nuking 90 million people for nothing. I mean, what the hell were they doing? Remember last September when we obliterated their nuclear program? Jesus, Christopher Christ. Yeah, I guess that's a reason. I guess that would be a reason to have a pop. Well, we're not going to nuke them. That's a good thing. I'm sure Netanyahu's all bummed out. Yeah, that's true too. And it's unfortunate, it makes me sad because a lot of the people that fall for that stuff are people that are desperate, you know, been there, done that, I guess. I will say in the course of my this journey with opening range trades and trying to code them up, I've come across a couple of people doing similar to what I'm doing. Well, so everybody's talking about them. I tried back testing this and it didn't produce the results, one or two other, and I mean one or two other, one that I can think of. Seemed like there was another guy that did that. But I added this. But when I tried it with this variation, it produced 53% return on investment or something, right? So, okay. Okay. I wonder at what point the military is going to. Of course, they're getting rid of all the purging all the experienced generals and stuff. So maybe that's part of the part of the. If I were a bomber pilot and somebody gave me an order to go nuclear bomb Iran, I don't know that I'd do that. That would be a real. How the hell would you do that? World War II? Okay. But. Yeah, I am trying to do that. But if you look at those snaps, you'll see that the stops are within 3 points. Or sometimes Jorgensen will move it a little bit higher just to get it over the top of whatever the consolidation was, but they don't move their stops away. That's how they control the risk. I mean, from what I know. The invalidate part, that's a different one. I'll try to get something put together with him. Like I said, we had a call scheduled to go to discuss this stuff, and then schedule conflict on his part, and I blew it off and went out for my 10-mile walk. And when I got back, he had said, "Oh well, change. Do you still want to hook up?" But it was long after I had gotten back, or before I got back. Try to do that again. And it seems like that the the criteria is pretty much it. If there's a breakout and retest of a consolidation area, they go. It seems like he, and Rod to some extent. But Rod's been real busy finishing building his house and getting his family moved and all that stuff. So, and I don't even have it open today. Let me see if somebody's taking trades here. I don't know. And nobody's doing anything yet over there. What's his name? Justin's busy doing stuff all over the place, but the three people that primarily do the bar trade with consistency are Jorgensen, Harry, and Rod. There's only two other people that post in there on a regular basis. Didn't matter and Justin, so not a big crowd. freaking muted. Sorry about that. Yeah. Well, thanks for coming by the stream. If you're new, like, subscribe. Be great. Contribute to the chat. Let us know your most successful strategy setup. Well, I'm telling you what, it's a big range, okay? But still, what are we doing? We're just swapping back and forth again. It's not as, well, it's not as dynamic or dramatic as yesterday was, but it's still pretty well balanced environment over here. And we did get that, we did get the low, so that flat bottom got fixed. So there you go. Now what are we gonna do? There's yesterday. And here we are today. Micro ES, micro NQ again. If I'm on IRT and you're new, the header of each chart has the chart name, which is meaningless to anyone but me. But the important part is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So if I'm busy wandering on about something else, you can see just what you're looking at. Bookmap is bookmap. As usual, I would recommend that it's not very good idea to trade toward a statistic in anticipation of that statistic. Yesterday's a perfect example of it. We came down within a tick of the IB low and then no cigar. And I realize it's, I guess it's part of the FOMO deal, you know, you don't want to miss out. You want to get that statistic. You realize it's 97 point something percent and you're just sure we're going to get down here and take the statistic out. And the percentage of the time we do. But an equally great percentage of the time we trade down here and everybody's, you know, short and thinking they're fat, dumb, and happy. And then the price moves back the other way and stops them all out. So my advice is if your strategy has something to do with the IB, that in some way, wait until it's been accomplished. I would say. Well, we still have not gotten down to those singles, have we? Yeah, we took out the first bunch of singles, and now we're moving into that lower one. Move. Tam leaves me notes on my keyboard at night. Please wake me up at 10 or whatever, and then I do. This is a classic example of that. Don't trade to the statistic. Here we are bobbing around in the pullback zone, you know, a tick or so away from the trigger and the IB low, and it's liable to flash back up to developing value area low quicker than you can say don't. Or it can easily flash down the other way too, to this IB, but just my, again, that is a, that's the voice of experience. And these things are all based, of course, on a risk, if you have a risk profile like I do. And right there is the stop if you got shorted 85. Now, if you're, you know, running a 50-point stop, then I guess no problem. There you go. Now they got it. Okay, let's go look at what happened over here. If something did. Well, not yet, but that's because this stupid thing is... Okay, so we have the A signal here, and that's correct. Remember what I said about direction. So the open is above the close. On the preceding bar, the signal bar is right there. Now what we need to do is get into a pullback or continuation zone. And then we would have a B, and then we would have a trigger, and then we would have a Bob's your uncle. Let's see here, just a quick, we're on both. We've got the right package selected. And I'll be real honest with the fact that I am not real rosy about a continuation trade down here. There's a B, and there's a trade actually. That continuation back up right there, and there's the trigger. So the system is in a trade, pullback, Right here. And I'm not. We would have to get down to this trigger, and it's a little bit disconcerting down here. I'm sort of hard-pressed to blindly take these anymore, even though I realize discretion is the worst thing you can possibly do to have vetted anything. But, you know, I'm tired of bleeding to death by 1,000 cuts also. And if you want to be specific, what is context doing right now? It's down. So, in my opinion, that would be a counter trend trade. Now it's in the continuation zone. The system's out of the trade, so it could take another. If we pull back up here to the trigger, then that would be a short, which is probably more in line with my thinking than not. None of it looks like it has much horsepower, does it? It did not make it to the trigger zone, which is this thing here. And let me point out quickly that none of these levels and zones, even though they look like, ooh, look at that, it's just, you know, hugging that price line or whatever, they're just arbitrary. I just pulled them out of my imagination as a place to start. They are real simple. This is the IB low, and in this case, pullback zone is 3 to 5 points inside the IB. Continuation is 3 to 5 points outside, and the trigger zone 1 point either side. There you go. Now you know the secret sauce. And the trigger didn't fire. Had it fired, the short would, I'd be on the short, and we would be well scaled. Now it's 2.5 points across, right? It's the scale of bookmap sometimes doesn't do me much good. This is 1 point now. See how close we came to that trigger. And these don't qualify in any measure as a bar trade that I'm aware of. Boy, wouldn't it have been nice to get on that short? Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, right? Now do we have a double bottom? No signals on the system, except for that one trade, which was a scratch. Well, I'm not so sure that I would think that's a good signal. It was into the trigger zone, but it's not, you know, the first two criteria weren't in place yet. And this is a B, C, D. Is that works? The W or whatever it's called. Is that a bottom? Or a reversal or whatever. I guess it's a reversal of some sort. It seems to be reversing. Well, yeah. Now, if you want to be real, one of the things that is important for me to figure out is, you know, this is a consolidation. Here's your little consolidation right here. And there's a breakout and there's a retest, but, you know, doesn't look to me, I don't think that's valid. I don't think two bumps in the road are work. At least not for me. And who the hell am I? As much as I would like to short this mess, because that's just what I like to do, I don't think this is anything to do that, any place to be doing that. Are we bombing somebody again, or what's going on over here? Isn't that amazing that the market reacts to the fact that we say we're not gonna drop a nuclear bomb on another country. Wow. I don't know what to say. I think that's pretty freaking amazing, actually. Oh, here we go, Trump now. 8 p.m. is happening. Unprecedented attack on Iran could still unfold, but that could change if talks improve today. What a... I don't know what to think. Here's what I'm reading here. I don't know where that even came from. From Fox Post. From a Fox Post on Truth Social. Okay, Jesus, that's pretty complicated. Never mind. I don't even think that's probably worth reading. Sorry. Well, I always, even when I'm trying to back test these or replay these or trade them, these reversals like this, and now is this a buy the dip? A reversal and a buy the dip, or is this just breathing room and more downside? I don't do that well. Is this a buy the dip, or is this a short? Obviously, clearly, in hindsight, rearview mirror, clear as a bell. This was a great short, wasn't it? Another A here. Right here. Yeah, if it gets up there, it'll be a pullback, but that would be a B. We didn't get either one. Nor did we get a continuation stop. Oh, it's just slamming back and forth over here. I'm gonna try to open this up. Oh, well, there's something. Gee, I wonder if that's news. Ha! Holy Christ. Well, if you haven't figured out that this is an extremely geopolitical or just clown car risk events going right, left, and center, that ought to be a real good indication. Now, if you're a clever boy or girl and you got this reversal figured and you're long and all fat, dumb, and happy, that would have been super. Wouldn't it? What was that now? We're not going to bomb them? We are going to bomb them. Who knows? Somebody fell over? Nothing. Nothing so far that I see on my stuff, but I don't track any of these social media things. Now, want to see what happens if you just take the signals as a, blindly? There's 48 ticks right there. It was the signal. There you go. And what I was standing here talking about and commiserating about whether this was going to be a trigger, and I mean the pullback and the trigger, I wasn't sure, and then that happened. Well, that was a he who hesitates is lost moment on my part, I guess. Huh? And this is why it would be great if I was confident to do this algorithmically. Look at this funny profile there. Huh. The next pack of singles we've got are down at the 54s over here. Assuming that matters. I'm dying to know what that is. It seems like my new diplomatic. Okay, wait a second. 1017. Yeah. Okay. Diplomatic and indirect channels of talks with U.S. are not closed. Tehran Times newspaper. Well, I thought they said they were, but that's what the pop was right there. Sorry, right there. So that's that. There you have that. What am I doing now? Where am I? Who's on third here? These guys that do animated GIFs and places, the one Justin particularly does that a lot. It's maybe funny, 1 minute or something, and then after that, I don't know how to turn them off. Do you know how? Is there a way to do that? So that the damn thing just doesn't keep doing that on and on and on and on and on. I don't think so. Oh, wait a second. What was that? Something happened there. The next thing. So now they're attacking Carg Island again. Well, now I gotta figure out a way to add this to that. So here is the nice bar with confluences right here. This is 930. So considering this is the bar, short and down. This is not something he took. He drew this up based on a question right here. Justin asked Carey and Jorgensen, consider this a bar, and this is what Jorgensen drew up. And I'll throw that in the document in a minute. Think. Well, I put it in there, but I didn't get it in very right, I guess. I have a hard time getting these damn things. Oh, I know what I did wrong. Sorry about that. There we go. Now I think it'll be okay. I added that snap to the doc. Yeah, I did. And yeah, here we go. What are we doing now? Who's on third? Okay. So 01 and 21. 03 and 21. Okay, 03, well yeah, that's this. I guess the support level at the overnight high, overnight low. And then you got it 21. POC. A full session POC too. I don't know whether that's part of your levels or not, but pretty pretty high risk environment, I guess. Panda, how are you? What are you doing? Where have you been? What napping quadrant have you been in? What have you been doing? Oh, oh, you're thirsty. More. You've been in the front. Yeah, little Panda's been sunbathing. Boy, good mango. Wow. I think I was on mute. Sorry. So, is this a consolidation? I'd say so. Is this a breakout and a retest? Getting back up there to diddle in the middleville up here. But it's right on your 3s and your 21s there, Anton. So. Chasing right up to the top of, oh, now we're going to spike the other way. You know, these 10-point pops are kind of interesting. I'm sure somebody's must be trading this and making money, but I don't know who. Or how. I mean, if I had gotten long here as I was discussing with this setup, it's just luck, man. You can't say that's got anything to do with skill. So that's the luck of the draw. That's the magic of trading, I guess. But I'm glad that I didn't participate in that to a degree, and that kind of thing, I believe, reinforces monkey boy. You have to be real careful about our monkey mind. I think. I know I do anyway. All of that DNA that's cooked in there from all of the through evolution is where all the stuff comes from that's so deleterious to trading. FOMO and risk aversion and wanting to be right and all those kind of emotions. That we're never going to get rid of. They're always going to be there. What I try to do is stay, in the here and now, vigilant about that. So when I feel monkey boy starting to jump around, and notice how this value area line is jumping all over the place in the flag. I don't know what that is. I've noticed that before. It doesn't happen every day. A minute ago, the value area flag was up here, the line. Then the flag followed, which is going to be normal. Now it's gone away, and pretty quick this value area low is going to jump away from us. Watch this. And I have no idea. It's just pushed by session prices. Obviously, the value area low from yesterday's RTH session didn't go anyplace. There he goes. It didn't go anywhere. It's clear up here now. Well, that's freaking stupid, isn't it? Let me just check. No, that's right. That would be the correct value area low. Why all of a sudden is it jumping? Now it's back down here again. God damn, what is that? Why is that? How can that be? It's right here now. And in a minute, that flag's going to come down here, and then it's going to turn around and jump the other way. And it's just crap, because something's got to do with IRT's calculation, because quite obviously this is a value area low, and it's not moving anywhere. Oh yeah, baby. I'm telling you. You gotta buy Ninja Trader. This is... God damn. No, it's together. You see that? That's not. Now there goes the line. It's not got anything to do with Bookmap. All Bookmap is doing here is plotting this line or this flag at whatever level is pushed from IRT. What I don't understand is how IRT, and it's always just the value area low. At least that I've noticed. I'm sure that's got some TLab people swinging from the chandeliers. if they're looking at their session prices. It's just, goddamn, it's not funny, but you know, I'm tired of struggling. I'm tired of fighting this battle all the time. It's been, I don't know, 2 years or something I've been pushing these levels. So, just watching price action here. Wondering if we're gonna, you know, drop a nuclear bomb on Iran for whatever reason. A country that didn't have nuclear capability or pose a threat and was not at war with us until somebody convinced Trump that would be a good idea. I really don't get it. And now the value areas are back up again. Jesus. Now it's back down again. Oh, that's crazy. I don't know what to do about it, actually. I guess maybe I don't know. Grab the data, maybe. Let's do a heavy scrub here. I mean, it's in IRT, it plots just fine. But why that session price indicator keeps throwing this level up here and down here and up here and down here, I have no freaking clue. But I'm sick and damn tired of it, that's pretty for sure. VPOC migration, Antonio, there you go, baby. Is that the first one all day? Oh, no. It's been all over the place. Okay. Yeah, it's been doing the square dance over here. Right down to pretty much, is this too low? How low can she go? I don't know. Well, one thing, fortunately, now the overnight volume point of control is on top of the migrating value area low, back and forth and back and forth. God damn, that's irritating. And there's a lot of things going on in the background that I don't know about. I mean, you know, there's a lot of moving parts back here. The session prices is one thing. This exporting and updating the new file and then exporting it over to Bookmap and all that could be doing stuff I'm not aware of. But this thing is just jumping back and forth literally every 30 seconds. Every time it exports, it goes one way or the other. If you notice, it's down here now, and it'll export, and then it's going to jump up here, and then it's going to come back down again. That's just stupid. There it goes. And now it's up here. Shit. hit. Wait a minute here. I'm missing something to drink. I was going to get tea, but I might go for something stronger. This keeps up. I also don't know if that's only happening in my machine or if it's happening with the values that I share with everybody, the session prices, because it's two different things, right? The session prices that push to my machine internally here is just a direct thing, and the one that goes up to Google is something else. I mean, it's the same data from IRT, but it's a different export. Can't imagine why that would be, but I can't imagine why it's jumping back and forth in the first place. So. Well, hey Panda, what's up? What? No, I gave that up. I used to be a professional, but I gave that one up a long time ago. I can't say the same for a lot of people that are driving down here from the looks of it, but yeah, that is very definitely something I don't do. Well, we have a consolidation going on here now. And I guess you could say we had a up and a down, and now we're doing this. I'm busy getting dizzy watching the value area low flag and line jump back and forth. I really, is that a mid flip? I don't know. What to think? All right, thank you. Yeah, so, well, I don't actually, higher than that, I think. It was actually the mid, which is a 675 or 6 that I've got, but I'm on micros also, don't forget. But yeah, I guess that was a good short. I don't know. And is with everything in all these signals in trading, right? Okay, so it's just how far back in the rearview mirror you want to look. Well, there's a consolidation. There's a breakout. Here's a retest. Here's one. Breakout, retest, breakout. Pretty soon retest. Yeah. Pretty interesting stuff here. Oh, okay, so you were long off down lower somewhere. Sometimes I wonder about just doing following the asymmetrical trade idea, you know. Just anytime it gets to an extreme, put a trade on the other way with some minimal stop, 2 ticks or some 3, 4 maybe, you know, and let the law of large numbers work dependent on asymmetrical locations. I'm so tired of, you know, struggling late into the night coding this stuff up and coming up with a strategy and a vetted trade, or fall back to the old thing like everybody else and just trade discretion and hope for the best. I don't think I can do that, but the thought does cross my mind frequently. There's your 3s some more. So you're long off the POC on the 90s? Is that the idea? Or off the bottom? Oh, whatever. Good luck. Congratulations, whichever one you were off of. The bosses summoning me. I better bust a move. Better get out there and see what's up. See the musicking, and there you go. Well, what happened here? Another news event? We're not going to blow up everybody? Jesus Christ. I don't get it. This is not a market to trade in my opinion. No, if you got long at the threes, you're happier to pig in the mud there, my brother. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was doing the SPY options. I got it. It's the same. I mean, essentially the same thing here. The difference is you've got the stop loss. In your case, you've just got the premium, so it could go to, price could go to nothing and back up again, and you'd be okay. Absolutely. I think I might have been muted there. I was saying, yeah, I got it. And the pleasant difference is that you put on that trade, and then you just, the only possible risk you've got to your premium, you know, as opposed to having a stop loss. Price goes down to 90 and back up, doesn't bother you at all. That expiration, as I understand it. But there's all the Greeks, you know, theta and vega and all those things I don't understand well enough to be thinking, because I guess with, no, you could still have a call option and have paid the premium and end up with the market considerably higher and make no money and have it expire worthless because of vega and or theta, right? I think. Theta's time, I believe. Yeah, anyway, good for you. If it works for you, and that's super. Yeah, that's a good point. Twice this week, AMP has raised the margins not because of the report, but just because of suspected volatility. I don't know whether that's system-wide from the CME or whether AMP just, you know, thinks I'm a dummy. Maybe it's only me and not anybody else at AMP. I don't know. And are options tradable and liquid as hypothetically you bought your call at mid, say the 5.5, whatever, or you're free thing, and then you go out and there's been this big, well, we're not going to bomb somebody else's spike in volatility. Can you turn right around and sell that at that higher price? And does it goes in delta, right, which is the difference between the underlying and the option increase in price? Never mind. In other words, I don't know what I'm talking about. These are, so, but there's the delta, right? Which isn't delta the difference between how much the option moves as compared in relationship to how much the underlying moves? So in this case, if you bought at 90, which is RVPOC, just looking at it, and you went for your walk and you came back and it's trading right now at 14, for example, you're not going to make, you would not be able to sell that option and net, and achieve that difference of 14 points, right? Because first of all, you got the premium to take out of it, but second of all, it doesn't go up one for one, as I understand it. Okay. Cool. Well, what I was getting at over here was, here's Thursday's extravaganza. Yesterday, open and take it right up to the POC and sell down, and now we're doing this. Well, here we have another consolidation. No movement at all on the anywhere else that I'm seeing. What's happening over here? Is anybody doing anything? Are you guys awake over there? Yeah, baby. Look at that crap. Wow, this is pretty weird. There's minus 76 ticks, so that opening range trade working out just beautiful. Actually, that's not correct because, oh yes it is, too, correct. Because this is a long. Oh, no. God damn it, this is a short. So there's T1. and then it comes back to the scratch because the stop trailed up. So it worked pretty okay. This is there's one thing that I should point out every day, I guess, is that this indicator here, the Chad Payne coded for IRT. Come on. Oh, look at here. Got two of them in here. That's pretty stupid. Why did I do that, or how did I do that? I don't even know. This indicator that Chad Payne coded up will only take into consideration one stop and one target, or two targets if you want, whatever you want to do, two levels. It doesn't take into consideration the fact that I have two targets, multiple targets, in other words, or multiple stops, but multiple targets, nor does it total those values. So in reality, this short, it's an opening range and straight short. There's T1, which is R1. And then it comes back to take the stop at R2. But, I mean the stop here at R2, because once T1 was achieved, the way I have the code set up, it trailed to entry. So this reflects not minus 76 ticks, but in reality, that's not true. It's actually this positive. So I'll be the first to not understand why that's doing that. Yeah. So is this a breakout? We're going to have a breakout and a retest. We've had a VPOC migration. And this is the real one? No, this is the full session. This is the RTH down here, the brighter yellow. Boom. I would not do something here because I don't know what I'm doing. And it's not a vetted trade. And many ends here. Okay, thanks. As you can tell, I know a lot about options. I'm not even sure how to spell them. I hear a lot of people talking about it, obviously. It's really advertised heavily everywhere. Supposedly because there's a lot more in it for the brokers in terms of commission and wider spreads and that stuff, but I don't know. Forgot to turn on the. Forgot to turn. Oh, you know what else I forgot to do? Oh, God, this. Did this thing start plotting correctly? I don't think so, did it? No, that's not even remotely true. That's from yesterday. This goddamn thing hasn't reset again. This should be down here. Man. That's annoying. Even more annoying that I forgot to set the damn thing. And the bands, let's put the bands on there. Well, let it recalculate. Let it change my pre-market stuff around a little bit so that so here's the RTH, that's correct. There are the deviations. Sorry about that. I had that all screwed up. I forgot to reset that VWAP. And why, I know I say this every day, why it doesn't automatically start where it's supposed to like it did for 2 years, I don't know. Bookmap doesn't know. Irritating. Value area lows still jumping all over the freaking place. Well, it's fast approaching the ceremonial shower time. The cats are walking by here, turning their heads, so. What have we got? 19C, which is about 65 for you effers out there. Yeah, it's just a big frickin' one of these. When you get two of these in a row, it makes you wonder how long it's going to be before it goes pop goes the weasel, right? Here's a perfect example of here you are. Boom, boom. These are essentially go no place trades, and then this. Now here we go some more. No lags, that's good. What's happening in this world? Still 100% volatile volume. So right on the number. It was $1.02, I think, this morning whenever I did that in the pre-market. But we're up to 4 3/4 points ATR for a 1 minute bar. So if you're using a 3-point stop, you better be real good on your entry. I better be real good on my entry, or I'm going to be crying in my beer. Taking that double VPOC, or that double distribution, or deviation up here again. I guess pretty quick at the doji, huh? I guess. Well, what an amazing situation. What an amazing situation. I think probably the thing to do is just you know, maintain that flat position here. Too many of these things today. 1, 2. 3, 4. Amazing, isn't it, that we're, oh well, whatever. Depressing to talk about. So I'm trying to figure out the best approach here, and I'm thinking flat is it. I'm sure somebody's, you know, been looking in the rearview mirror and they've got all kinds of stuff figured out. How would you have something vetted in this environment to start with? The one trade that I did that did materialize right here. Took a scratch. That's the vetted trade. And the other opening range thing. I don't have an opening range over here. And I don't mark it out. And I don't have it levels to send across. So it's not something I can easily do. At the moment, I can, when it's in work, I can just pick the high and the low of the first 30 minutes and put a vertical line on them, or horizontal line. This is easy. It's just easier to look over here. In case you're wondering why you don't see that big tray that was here before, there's the A, but there is no B, and that's what I was questioning, so that's why I re-downloaded the data, because sometimes if there's a lag, that can be a problem, and that's exactly what it was. There was no B signal, so here, so no, here's the A, which is correct, but no B and no trigger, really, so. Where am I full of crap? Hold on, no. And here's the first trade, which entered here, T1 there, exit here, 0. 0. Okay, I'm going to step away here and comply with the cat's request, take a shower and rest my eyes and generally that stuff. I'll be back directly. Have yourselves good luck if you're trading it, but I'm sure, I know you guys are prudent, so not to worry. Wow, good for you. United Healthcare. That's the only good thing I've heard of. I guess that's who it is, isn't it? United Healthcare. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Good for you. Congratulations. Yeah. That's fantastic. I wish I had 100% of profit of something here. I'd be able to feel a little more relaxed about this. Anyway, I'm going to step away and have a great one. I'll be back. Let me check if the music's going to poop out anytime soon. A couple, 3 songs left. Okay. That's really great, man. Congratulations. That's super. All right, I'm away. Is this, are we looking at a breakout and retest here? I don't know. Or just a buy the dip up. Riding that 2 standard deviations. Got no idea. I'm going to get outside and get some UV and rest my eyes and whatever else here. Hey, how you doing? Well, what's up? Crazy Town looks like it's reigning supreme. There's some pretty random comments coming out of the DC that are I don't see them in. I don't see them in the these news sources, but there's some stuff coming over the wire elsewhere that is pretty shocking. Oh, here it is in ground news. There you go. Trump says a whole civilization will die tonight, never to return again if Iran doesn't make a deal. Who is this? Wow, that's kind of the genocide, right? That's kind of a lot. That's some pretty crazy stuff there. That's some pretty crazy stuff. Yeah, well, this could be the, I guess this could be the crazy town night of all crazy town. I suppose. Not that that's funny, but Jesus, kind of surprising. Hmm. And Trump's going to run for president of Venezuela. Well, there you go. That ought to work. Good. I mean, please do get the hell out of here for crying out loud. That'd be great, huh? That would be great. Huh. Now, yesterday we didn't get either of the initial balances, and today we got them both. There you go. So 32.4% or 34.2% of the time on this open lower in range. What did this thing do over here? I was trying to find that news article. I didn't realize it would disappear, but I guess it does. Yeah, well, there's an A. I don't see any B here. I guess a B and then a trigger, and it went long as it should have gone long. But that didn't amount to much. What's going on here? Oh, sorry. Mm-hmm. Well, here's your 15 coming right out. I'm trying to figure it out, trying to chase down why I can't see this news. Actually, I wanted to post that somewhere. Well, I don't know why I can't go backwards or forwards here, but I don't like that very much. I wanted to see the article that was here a minute ago. Now I don't know what to do about that. Yep. I see that. That's pretty great. I don't know where I saw that. I mean, I keep having news things I wanted to post somewhere disappear on me here. Damn it. Oh well, I guess I can have everything. That is weird though, I tell you. Why does that not work? Well, I don't know how to navigate this thing, apparently. Oh well. I give up, can't look for it. I'm tired of looking. Tired of looking for it. What is that? Well, I don't know where it went. Anyway, what the hell's going on now? This whole thing disturbs me a lot. So grabbing that top would have been pretty nice, huh? Of course, I didn't do that, but I wasn't even standing here. But a 12-to-1 top. So there's a 12-to-1 that says, which I have no. I don't think any of the traditional wisdom applies today. For example, yesterday was an inside day. Today we've got neutral day. Both IBs taken out. The 12-to-1 stats says essentially that if the day is out of balance, which I guess it's not, so that would make it okay. It wouldn't be applicable, never mind. I guess this is an a balanced day. It looks like a pig actually, but there you are. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy times. I've never expected. If you're, like I said earlier, boy, if you're good at picking bottoms and sitting on them, these have been some mean reversions that are of epic proportions. You know, 50, 75 points. I hope somebody here is getting them. It hasn't been me. Just puzzled why I don't find that. Hmm. 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 I don't know. Well, that is so weird. I give up. I give up. I don't know what I'm doing. Well, let's see. There are no surprises being pulled into the docket here in Financial Juice, but of course there's been an ongoing barrage of statements from Trump and everybody, so that's pretty disappointing. I'm basically hands off here. I think Anton's been doing pretty damn well, and that's good. Antonio, I hope you're picking him out. I'm getting pretty close to your 94 there. Well, I wish I could find that article I was looking for, damn it. But anyway, I give up. I'm not paying any attention to what I'm doing, and I'm busy looking at that. So typically at 1400, and because I still haven't gotten the video done about the testing. I'll just quickly go through the ideas here. The theory behind it is the reason I only trade vetted trades, and a vetted trade is one or vetted setup, which has a predefined positive edge or expectancy or probability to occur with specific rules or parameters. The idea being that, the market is basically random. I accept that. And I also know it's a statistical fact that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. The market can only tick up or tick down. It can't go sideways, backwards, forwards, up, It can only tick up, can only tick down. That's by definition, that's... Yeah, I thought I found it. Sorry, I didn't. It's binary. So I started trying to figure out, okay, what are you going to do if so in other words, in my opinion, at least, trying to anticipate or predict where the market's going doesn't make any sense. Sneeze, that would have deafened everybody. Wow. Good thing I got quick on the mute button there. So it doesn't make any sense to try to predict where the market's going. And, reading, studying, Googling, whatever, I came to the conclusion that most of the most successful traders and hedge fund people in the world, history so far that I've come across, understood that the market was random and approached the market from a point of view of identifying a recurring level or structure or strategy that has specific rules and specific criteria to validate an entry, and then backtesting or capturing a statistically significant data set about, around that and determining if it has a positive edge or not. Then, in the live market, every time that presents itself, they take the trade. And they lean on the law of large numbers to manifest that expectancy and multiply it to their bank account. So that's what I'm trying to do here. And the one that I've identified. It's also, by the way, the business model of a casino. So, it's that's why you see a lot of this YouTube stuff or articles you read about. I was really close to 96. It got right down to there, almost your 94s. Anyway, the stuff you read, be the house or whatever, that's what they're talking about. Because a casino, and if you've ever been in a casino and wondered why the dealers and the pit people don't ever show any emotion, they don't care. They don't care if you win or if the house wins. That's not the point. The point that is missed by the guys on the gambling side of the table is it's the law of large numbers and probabilities. They know the edge or the expectancy pre-calculated long ago for every game they play. Their only mission in life is to play that game as many times as they can in 24 hours. Of course, they're looking for cheaters or, stuff like that. Of course they are. But what I'm talking about is why there's no emotion and, the pit boss doesn't come shoot the dealer when somebody wins a big hand, whatever. It's because they know that it's the law of large numbers, and all they want to do is they want to generate as large a sample set or occurrences, many occurrences as they can, and that's going to multiply by the law of large numbers. That 3% edge is going to be multiplied times, instead of 100, by 1,000,000. Well, there you go. So it made sense to me on a lot of different levels, and that's why it's also preached by Tom the Trader, Tom and Trader's Lab, Tom Sosnoff, all the Toms think it's a good idea. I don't know about Tom and Jerry, maybe, probably, but so that's what I'm trying to do here. That's my approach, and in so doing, then the trade that I started with is the initial balance trade, and that is what we've been talking about over here. And I've been pointing out in the book map and what these levels, continuation and pullback and all that stuff are all based on the evaluation or the initial balance trade. And I'm going to do something here else. Got to get rid of some of these stuff going around. There we go. These are the rules which I ended up with that identify 2 trades each around the 2 trades around the initial balance high, 2 trades around the initial balance low, and they are very simply a continuation where it goes on, or a pullback where it trades across and then pulls back to the middle. So essentially, the IB failure is essentially a mean reversion trade, which would be expected in days like yesterday and today. Wow, now they took off, went the other way. Speaking of that, and the initial or the IB continuation trade, where it comes up here and goes like that, would be expected in a directional market. So it made sense to me that I was covering my bets on both sides. Look at this thing go now. Somebody's talking to Iran. Trump said, oops, I was just kidding. I mean, what the hell is going on? See this action right here? Crazy. What are we talking about? A minute and a half? Look at this. Basically 50 handles and still moving, still going up. What did they declare peace or what happened? Through the IB again. Huh. Well, I hope this is, I hope you're safe and that you're not trading this nonsense. If you want to be the extraordinary, gambler extraordinaire, call the top and put on a short, you would be well in the money by, there's 10 handles right there off that pointy top. But my problem with that kind of reaction is, what caused this? It's almost easier to see over here. And back to my story now, there are 3 rules. The way this system works is with an IRT, in order to use this trading system definition, you create these rules and you have to do specific things, right? Because this is a computer. It will use no discretion to do. So you got to tell it every step to do that you expect. This is housekeeping. These are the rules and the flags, and this is the trade management, essentially. Okay, there are 3 rules, not very imaginatively named, but there's an A, a B, and a trigger. The B didn't plot here, but there's the A, and the B is this guy right here, which didn't put the name out. I guess it was too, I don't know. I have a problem with those flags. And all these flags on this chart are signal markers. This chart has nothing to do with the trades themselves. It's just a visual representation of what I hope and expect is going on in the trading system. And these little arrows are the trigger. So there you go. It would be an A, a B, and a trigger. Now, there would be none here because this is the A. And the B says that it must stay within the pullback zone. And then it should come back to the trigger and then it would sell off. That's how these rules work. And here is, it did A, it did B, trigger for the long because it's coming up from the bottom, expecting a continuation, and immediately fell on its ass, which is normal. I mean, that happens, right? No trade, no setup is 100%. And so anyway, back to the story here. I have vetted this system, and now I'm able to collect a statistically significant data set about them over historical data and see if it mathematically comes up with an edge or not. And I realized early on that it was impossible for me to do it manually by just scrolling back in the charts, you know? Because the rules have to be exactly. If the rule for a B says that the low is within this range, then the low being below it, but the bar coming through it isn't a signal. You know, you can imagine how you would do that if you were trying to look back at thousands of bars. So what I do is the backtest engine here. 500 days, it's already set up. The instrument, 2 contracts, session. Here's some reports I want. Now this will trade it. This will trade as I have this set up over here. And what I'm talking about is, these are some of the parameters that I can turn off or on to do with the trades with the system. In this case, there's a T1 is 12 ticks. Stop is 12, not minus 12. There's a 48 tick T2. When the system achieves T1, it automatically trails the stop to entry. That's why you don't see minus 24 ticks or anything over here, because it's achieving T1 and then immediately scaling. And then there's a bunch of other stuff I can do, but that's the point, you know, to cut this short. And here's the back test. And this is pretty phenomenal as far as I'm concerned. Computers are pretty neat. Well, there you go. Cool. Yeah. Well, we did get to it. On my stuff over here, on my book map we did, right there. Oh, you're right. Yep, no, right on it. Oh, no. All right, wrong way, Corrigan down here. Okay, never mind. Anyway, here's back to the backtest drama. So here is, first of all, it's important to understand the computer evaluated every one of these rules every 30 seconds. Think about that. And evaluated it over 225,244 bars. Took 11 seconds. Net gross profit is 15,000. Maximum favorable excursion is $216. Maximum adverse excursion is $42.50. And all the other data that you might want, capital required, blah, 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 you know, buy and hold, all that stuff. Also then, we have this per trade per idea thing here. Oh, and I forgot to mention, this is 873 trades. 534 winning trades, average 3160. That's because we're trailing to entry. 147 stops at $12.65. Consecutive winners 41, consecutive losers 5. And here is every one of 873 trades. The date, the entry time, the name of the entry type, and the exits, and the outcome, and the price in, and direction, and cover, and, you know, everything you want to know about right there. And you can also push this to every bar on the chart. I mean, to the chart, and go back and look at every one of them. The final thing, which is kind of cute. This is the YouTube thing that everybody loves. This is the equity curve. So there's the equity curve over the entire range. Now, in my opinion, that's the only way to accurately backtest and vet a system that you're going to lean on and trade your own money. I take it another step, which is over here, just for grins. Every one of these lines is a back test. And there's all the data you might want to figure out about them, I think. Here's, I was doing these this weekend. This opening range is, this is the opening range thing, not the initial balance, but you know, it's a trade. There's the periodicity, there's the stop, the T1, T2, so there's your risk parameters. Is it trailing? Is it not? Whatever, whatever. Number of days, number of trades, winning trades, number of max winning trade, number of losing trades, max loser. Scratch, percent winners, percent losers, R value, or R multiple, risk reward, profit factor, on and on and on. And, you know, consecutive winners, consecutive losers, profit, etc. Now, that is, with that data, you can, in my opinion, so they say, lean on that as a structured trade, vetted trade, and expect to achieve the expectancy. And you don't make any changes to that system until you have something go awry. If you are if suddenly you're not achieving the expectancy or the win rate, or in my case, the expected consecutive losers in a row was exceeded. It just did pretty good the first, you know, December and January and a little bit of February, and then it went pear-shaped. And I think it's got to do with this crazy environment and the basic volatility. But I did trade it until then, and it took, like, you know, a bunch of stops, more than I should have, because I didn't cut it off exactly at 7. But that's the way you actually vet a system, I believe. And then I use a sizing tool, which is also systematic, based on a risk neutral 2-lot package. I trade micros until the ticks 1 total 1.3 times the mini full stop. And at that point, boom, size up to a mini. And here's the, you know, here's where all that string of stops hit me. All in January here. And it's been fumbling around ever since. I took a couple IBFs here, which I've been in the process of vetting. You notice there's a big difference here, and that's because of the way the trade is set up, which I can talk about for a minute quickly, I guess. But these are the initial balance. This is the initial balance thing, which is just, first of all, I've got, this is different. This is a full session. This is the Asia high and low. This is the London high and low, and this is current U.S. or, you know, New York, Inc., RTH, whatever you want to call it. This is a weekly profile. Now I can shut that off just to make it easier to see. And the way this system works is there's just 2 rules. And the first thing that, I might be able to show you that actually. First thing that happened is, this thing doesn't like my wireless mouse. Okay, we're gonna look at T1 and we're gonna look at the stop, so you can see what's happening. See what I mean? It'd be so nice to be able to have T1, T2 and the stop. That'd be great, right? But no such luck, Jose. All right. So in this case, the system happens and it enters on the close of this trigger bar. The stop is originally halfway between the two in the range, 50% of the range. Then we have T1 and then T2, which are the multiples of the risk. So essentially, this is an R2 trade or R2 risk to reward. This to the entry is the same as the entry to the first profit target. And if I plotted a second profit target, you'd see it was down here. Same thing. Then I can control if they achieve T1, it scales. Okay. Now in this case, it did not, I don't have it set to trail. So it achieved T1, but then it came back to the stop. Now, the reason I'm pointing this out with these opening range trades, and even if you don't care what I'm doing or you're hearing about them on YouTube or whatever else, be really freaking sure you understand the risk that's going on. Now this is a 30-minute opening range, so a lot of difference. But the classic typical opening range trade is real simple. When price breaks out of the low, for example, on the low side, you go short. And you put your stop on the other side of the range. If it breaks out at the top, you go long and you put your stop on the other side. That's the basic old-fashioned opening range trade. Now, this is a variation. There's a lot of different ones. So you can imagine, in this case right here, the range actual is 37 points times 4. If you had your stop over here, this wouldn't be the stop. It would go, 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 go. That would be the stop. So you'd have 37 points of risk and loss. This would not be here. This would be up here. And you wouldn't have the T1, because if you were doing the division, the percentages as I do here, your stop would be up here. So where would your risk, where would T1, where would your R1 be? Down here. The same distance as the entire range, 37 points. Be real careful about this. That's why most of them that I debunk, that you see on the internet, and it's just YouTube especially, every second thing is the ORB. I never work again since the ORB. The ORB is my, kicked out my girlfriend, whatever. So there you go. So that's basically vetting. Now we're going to typically do the market recap at the bottom of the hour here. Anthony, is sitting on his to see if his levels get picked at 596, which is right. He missed it within just a little scooch right here. Well, that's awful close. I'm telling you, that's about a red whisker, I think, down there. Wow. Yeah, so what a day. I'm afraid this night could be a real... I got to do something here. Somebody's asking something. Yeah. Okay, so anyway, back to the market recap here. Here's the day. This is the opening print. And there you have it. big, huge bowl of retail soup. To be expected, you know, when the President of the United States is talking about destroying an entire civilization of 90 million people. Like it's, I got a tea time here in 15 minutes, so let's hurry this up. It's pretty, gives you pause, let's put it that way. I gotta do something again here, sorry. Okay, so anyway, back to the business at hand here. This kid wanted to see the liquidity. I don't keep them on very much, obviously. What did he say? Hold on a minute, I gotta look at something. 1353, so 1353, I guess the least I can do is help this guy out. The wrap up is the wrap up, isn't it? $13.53, that's just more. That's just now, isn't it? Sure it is. I don't know how to do that. Well, that's enough of that stupid shit. I'll get over here and back to where we were. All right. Back to the real business at hand here. Yeah, so let's look at the news. Now, this is IRT, first of all, if you're new here. I guess you're probably not, but this is my charting package. If you notice, the header of every chart has the name, which is meaningless to you, but the instrument, the period of the chart type, periodicity, and the session. So that's always important. This is my tab for the micros, except for I never look at the micro and the market profile. I had to figure why bother. I leave it in the minis. This is the micro composite chart, which is a higher time frame. You see that here we are today. It's just a doji, basically, with the big indecision on, especially in buying tail. This is, as I said, the higher time frame. It is the RTH session only, and these are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them, and that generates these high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green lines represented here. Those number values are pushed to bookmap, and a micro composite VPOC, etc. See what we're doing for volume here. Yeah, it's been holding 100% all day. It was 102% just before the open. Well, somebody did something there. Someone did something. This has been just a news fest. And hopefully it's something good. So let's see where we're going here, I guess, and get on to the news, kind of. This whole day has been driven by this BS from that we're going to wipe out a civilization and all this kind of stuff, which is pretty disturbing, even if you say it fast. Here is my first news source, which is investing.com. Both of the news sources I use are free. You can tell by all these lovely ads that are flashing around everywhere. But I keep them that way so that anyone that visits the stream can have access to the same resource. They only track normal, traditional, big boy and girl economic reports and numbers. And both of these news sources you can filter for wherever you are and whatever reports you're interested in. And in this case, you could look at the reports for tomorrow and this week, and let's look at tomorrow. Well, we've got the FOMC minutes tomorrow at 1300, which is going to mean that the margin rates, intraday margin rates, I'm sure they would be elevated anyway because of this intense volatility that we're looking forward to this evening. But they will be elevated until after 1300 tomorrow. So there you go. And the rest of the week, etc. But it's going to be driven all by this Iran story. And if you notice, any of the headlines here or the event titles turn into a URL, so you can click on it and find out what durable goods orders in America is like, what were the recent releases, who puts it out, etc. The other news source is this one, which is Financial Juice. This is what caused that pop right here, obviously. a 2-week ceasefire. This is something being put forward by Pakistan. Has anybody told the, Great Pumpkin that this is in the works? We got something down here. We'll see what any of this means. There you go. There's the bump right there. That says something when Pakistan is rising up as the calming voice for diplomacy, isn't it? I mean, what in the hell is, where are we? Good for them. That's great. I'm glad somebody's stepping up. And the senior Iranian official says that they're reviewing it positively. So we'll see what the Great Pumpkin comes up with. And they're gonna play cat and mouse over here to have a response. So yeah, great, wonderful. Yeah, we'll see. I hope somebody, I hope some adult enters the room and puts all the kids back in their desk, and what I mean. So, well, this is what's going on. Any other conversation about market wrap and stuff? It's just pretty much stupid. Why that didn't come through, I don't know. 50. There's the market on closing balance already, and here we go. Buy side, buy across the board. 800 million for the 800 million for 847 million for S&Ps, 871 for the Nasdaq 100, Dow 30s 342, and Mag 7 is 414. Buy side across the board. I'm sorry that didn't. Whatever that's supposed to be, I'm sorry that didn't happen. Guess it's got to be good. So essentially, that I'm not, going to continue with the wrap. That's pretty much it. Well,